letting my character dance while I eat right now. I think my character dancing will be my intro for now until I can get a better intro. Alright, I'm done eating. Okay, I should have paid attention better. Hi Rose, how are you? Thank you for the 3 stream streak. Ah! I'm good. Just tired. always that one that I'm falling off of. longer than they usually do. Oh, hi Swanee! Thank you for the raid! Hold on, let me give you a shout out real quick. If you're not already following Lila Swanee, please do so. She is amazing and I love her face. How was stream? What did you get up to? Thank you for the follow. I am having fun. I'm totally getting main story quest done. Not gambling. Thank you for the subscription. No, of course not. I'm totally doing my main story quest. What you see right now is totally not what you're seeing. Oh, did you guys have fun playing Icarus for the first time? That's good. No, I'm not gambling. I'm totally not. Oh wow, really? See, I'm totally in this area. Thank you for the lurk. I'm a variety streamer, by the way, but I mainly play Final Fantasy 14, and I tried out Tales of Psyche last week. I also play Palia, and when I can, when I can get the add-ons fixed on Elder Scrolls Online, I'm gonna be playing that more. No, I'm not gambling. No. Okay. Thank you for the lurk. Have fun with what all that you're doing. Thank you. I will. Oh, have fun totally not gambling, doing main story quests, totally, yeah. Alright, fine, I'll stop gambling and work on my story quest. Pleasure to see you as always, Starlight. Thank you for answering my summons. Quite frankly, I could think of no one more qualified to, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. Allow me to explain. Not long ago, the Moogle Kublo cop visited the Adder's Nest to request an audience with the Elder Seedseer. He spoke of an imminent threat to all Moogle kind. one which would imperil the entire 12th would if left unchecked. You proved to be an able ambassador to the Sylphs, and we would have you reprise the role in our dealings with the Mughals. The rest you should hear from Kuplo Kop himself. He waits you with the elder seats here at the Lotus Stand. The other scions have already arrived, madame. May I show you in? Please, you have to stop them, but you mustn't kill them. They're not bad Mughals, Koopa. They're just misguided. A gentle, no. Firm thrashing is in order. Yes, but no. Calm yourself, Kuplo Kop. Can you not see that she hasn't the faintest idea what you're talking about? Be quiet this instant. Pray forgive his witless outburst, sister. Most grateful I am that you have come, Starlight, and upon such short notice. Truly, Gridania could not wish for a more stalwart ally. But you are doubtless eager to know wherefore we summoned you. Our friend Kuplo Kop has brought us news of a most unsettling development. It would seem that good King Mog the 12th has returned to Eorzea. A curious thing to hear, I know. Truth to tell, I myself cannot say for sure if he is a genuine figure from history or some manifestation of a Mughal mythology. Kuplo here would have me believe the former. Once upon a time, we Mughals served the gods in the heavens. It was quite nice up there, unspeakably beautiful, unimaginably spacious, with the literally endless supply of wine, Kupo. In spite of this, or possibly because of the last part, the gods eventually became discontented, and started squabbling, which made life jolly difficult for the poor Mughals. So, good King Mog the 12th, may his glorious name live forever, decreed that the time had come to leave Kupo the realm of man would suffice. He said so all the Mughals should live there instead. Unfortunately, though, two realms are so far apart that we couldn't safely fly down, but good King Mog the 12th, may his miraculous foresight ever be praised, knew exactly what to do, Kupo. He had a rope, you see, the longest ever woven. This he nobly held while his subjects climbed all the way down to the world below. And that is how we Mughals came to this land, Kupo. All of us except good King Mog the 12th, may his courageous sacrifice never be forgotten. He alone would remain in the heavens so that Mughal might at last know peace. Except that he has not remained in the heavens, from what I understand, that being your reason for contacting us, yes? I'll bet he tied the rope to something. Good thinking. Remind me again what the problem was with him returning to Eorzea? The problem, Ida, lies in the fact that he was summoned. It is our belief that good King Mogulmog XII is a myth made manifest via means akin to those employed by the beast tribes in the summoning of their gods. Wait, you're saying a handful of Muggles with a buttload of crystals wished really, really hard and he just sort of appeared? Would that even work? What I cannot fathom is why they would even try. With Garuda humbled and the ultimate weapon destroyed, what new threat could have prompted them to take so drastic a measure? Might that not in itself be the answer? Twice in the last half-decade, Eorzea has been brought onto the brink of destruction only to be spared at the last by heroics of a chosen few. To you who braved those tempests and survived by virtue of your own strength, this slated period peace will doubtless seem a welcome respite. But to those who had not the power to defend themselves, who were spared only by another's grace, this is merely the calm before the storm. I think the Muggle Guard are afraid of what tomorrow will bring, and that things may not end so well as they did yesterday. That fear has driven them to call upon a greater power, one they believe can be relied upon to protect their loved ones and their homes come what may. I assure you, the Muggles Guard only want to protect the forest from outsiders, but ever since the return of good King Mogul XII, may his boundless grace fill our hearts with love, they've started to get a little carried away, Kupo. Verging on a lot, in fact. Like the sylphs who summoned Rama, you mean? We cannot discount the possibility that this entity is influencing the Muggles in a manner similar to that of a primal. We share the same concern. Whoever or whatever the king may be, it is our belief that he poses a threat not only to Mugglekind but to Gordania as a whole. Thus we beseech you, Starlight, confront good King Mogulmog XII and drive him from our midst. Humbly I do thank you. The sanctuary of Moggul's Guard and their liege lord is concealed by magical wards. Brother Simeon of the Conjurer's Guild will doubtless be able to offer insight on how they might be dispelled. Pray seek his counsel ere you proceed any further. Welcome, Starlight, welcome. That you should be the one to face the good King Mogulmog XII is of great comfort to me and the elementals both. As I am sure you know, the Muggles are not by their nature a warlike race, yet should the king be suffered to remain, it is like that his influence will bring about a change in them. Thus does it behoove us to defeat him quickly. Before any lasting damage is done, make whatever preparations you deem necessary and inform me when you are ready to seek the king. Bearing access to the king's sanctuary can only be nullified through the use of enchanted keystones. The self-same method employed 5 years ago when the first king was summoned to Eorzea. It was with great regret that we were forced to sanction the slaying of the guardians who, when held the keystones, for none were in our possession at the time. By the grace of the elementals, however, we have been spared that burden on this occasion. Kuplo Kops confided in me that he had been entrusted with a set of keystones by the Mogul's guard themselves, yet wishing not to destroy their confidence, he begged me to find some other means to gain entry to the king's sanctum. Alas, I have been unable to do so and dare not labor any longer for fear that the Mughals might succumb to the corrupting influence of their liege lord. We must needs to Kuplo Kop's keystone Starlight. Pray go to him and beg his assistance. He awaits you at West Shore Pier. Impress upon him our great need, and I am certain he will yield. It is well that you are here, Starlight. Some burdens are too heavy to bear even for those who favor to abide. Know that you were chosen as much for your true heart as your skill. I speak to you in the name of the 3 seats here. The eldest, Connie Sina, you will already know as the guardian of our fair land. 2 siblings has she. It is the younger of this pair, Alrun Sena, who hears the voice of the elementals with greatest clarity, and what he has heard lately is troubling indeed. These dark Styrians, we have traced the lost city of Amdapor in the South Shroud. The city once thrilled in fullness of magic during the 5th Astral era, but it was sealed in the wake of its demise. Alas, the 12th Wood has been out of balance since the calamity, so riotous has its aspect become that the seal was severely weakened when this happened. The forest surrounding the city began to wither and die. We would join you to investigate the cause. Now I must confess that this is a task for the Twin Adder normally, but we do not live in normal times, Starlight. The company is spread thin and you are stout with success. Will you not assist? It is well that you sent for the need is great. So go now to Seatsier Riot. Osana at Camp Tranquil and listen well to what she says of her brother's divination. What will you do, Kupo? Oh, he told you about that? Well, if there truly is no other way, I'll do it, Kupo. Take the ferry to Sweet Bloom Pier. I'll go on ahead. Don't you dare lie to me, Kupo. I know what you're planning, and I don't allow it. Open your eyes, Kupo. The king will never be satisfied, no matter how many crystals you bring him. We offered you a choice, and this is how you repay us, by consorting with this MSQ. Imperials, Gridanian sylphs, you're no different from the rest of them. Actually, you're worse, Kupo. Traitor to his kinsmoogles, he plots treason against the crown. Enough, Kupo Cop. Well, enough. Kupo Cop will answer to his crimes soon enough, as will all who defy the will of the good King Moogamog the 12th. May he reign forevermore, Kupo. The king is planning to purge the 12th blood of his enemies, Kupo. We've got to stop him before it's too late. The entrance to the Thorn March is deep within the Bramble Patch, Kupo. If you take me there, I can nullify the ward, but be warned, the Moggle's guard has set traps to lure enchanted beasts. I can't hide from them, so you'll need to protect me, Kupo. you. Are you ready to face the king, Kupo? Then step closer to the Lord. Raise your hand and focus like when you attune to an aetherite. Kupo, I'll open the way for you. The rest is up to you, Kupo. Now go and teach those foolish Mughals a lesson and send the king back once he came. Okay. Hello. Were you able to join? Healing adventures, I'd wager. I'll go start so I'm Yeah. You did it, Kubo, you did it! Good King Mogul Mog the 12th, may his mighty soul rest in peace, is no more. I shudder to think what might have happened had you not stopped the Mogul's guard when you did. Thank you, Starlight. Perhaps now they'll come to their senses and stop playing at fairy tales. Rest assured that the chieftain will have words for them too. Choice words for them too. You should go and tell Puknipak that the king is no more. Kubo, shit, slip Raya at Camp Tranquil and can relay the news to the chieftain. Thank you for helping. Do I dare believe my ears, good King Mog the 12th, may his magnificent virtue serve is an example to us all, has fallen? All Mugglekind knows you a debt, Kippo. And I sense Raya wishes to congratulate you as well. I shall let you two speak without fear of interruption. Here about the cursed pile of rocks they call the lost city of Amnapor, I assume. I am Raya Osena, sister to the Elder Seer. Brother Izumion hasn't told you much, has he? Discretion is the better part of this. His valor, well, aside from Amnapor keep, the city is all that remains of an advanced magical civilization from the 5th Astral Era. No records survive of how the city met its end, but the elementals tell us all was undone by what the Great One calls an unclean presence. I fear that what my brother senses is the very thing. Its satedness drained away after so many centuries, if it hungers for another city to stake its thirst on. I'll take it from here, sister. There you are, brother. Why must you dawdle so and leave the tedious explanation to me? Now convey all you've felt to this artful adventurer. My sister paints me as a bumbling rustic, but I assure you I'm nothing of the sort. I'm simply attuned to something greater, which brings us to that darkness stirring in Amdapor behind the barrier. Something was kindled there, and daily it grows, and how distrait the elements are, I've not seen the like of it. They show me what feels like awakening in nightmares. I fear this calls for more prosaic sensing than that of my rare gift. Some disaster slashes upon us. Might you discover the source of these dark visions and nip it in the bud? You are our best hope, Starlight. Surely you can find the will to journey to Amdapor. You shall find a wood wailer by the name of Alphine keeping vigil at the barrier. And don't worry about returning here to tell us of your findings. The elementals will doubtless keep us apprised. But enough talk. Good luck, Starlight. Your bravery is in service to the Tollswood and her Muggles shall not be forgotten, Starlight. My sister will doubtless wish to hear the tale of the great victory from the mouth of the woman responsible. Pray return to the Lotus Stand and treat her to a full account of the day's events, while the details are yet fresh in your mind. The Elder Seer is expecting you, madame. May I show you in? Starlight, you are returned to us, unharmed and victorious. Thus have I 2 reasons to be glad. Yet many questions remain unanswered. If you would be so kind as to oblige me, I would fain hear all that occurred in Thornmarch. Then it is as we feared. The king really is a primal. But he really isn't, is he? I mean, the Mughals don't worship him, for one thing. He's not even a god to them. That doesn't sound like any primal I've ever heard of. Then mayhap the fault lies with the definition. The fact remains that through a combination of power contained in crystals and the force of their collective faith, the Mughals called forth a being that by rights should not exist. Moreover, when slain, said being left no corpse, the aether which comprised them instead being shattered to the 4 winds. According to the accepted definition, he may not be a primal, but the mode of his manifestation was in every respect the same, which means Asians, the whole business reeks of their handiwork. Kupopo! They said it was a masked man who had taught them how years ago, but Gridania has no shortage of masked men, and I never thought to question. Confound it all, how many more will they ensnare with their tainted gifts? Too many, I fear, so long as there are paragons to stir the embers, fools to build the pyre, and crystals to feed the flames, ever again shall we suffer primal visitation. A somber thought, but a solitary one. My heartfelt thanks, Starlight. Already the information you have provided has proven valuable. The Grand Serpent Marshal and I have much to discuss. Oh, before you do, my lady, I was hoping we might finish discussing that other matter. The matter of which you speak has even now been settled. The Scions shall not want for support. We shall be glad to send additional supplies to Redmond's Toll. We knew we could count on you, my lady. Well, Ida and I remain to discuss the particulars of our arrangement with the Elder Seedseer. Mayhap you could return to the Wakened Sands and reprise the antecedent of all that has transpired. It is good to see you, hale and healthy, Starlight. I received word from Ida and Papalima that you felled the good King Mogul Nog the 12th, but I had hoped to hear your version of the tale. So it was, as they said, summoned with the same methods used by the beast tribes and taught by the Asians. Though unfortunate, this incident did at least serve to remind the elder Seedseer of our usefulness. Her offer of additional support could not have come at a better time, I think, Starlight. Owing to the tireless efforts of all concerned, we are at long last ready to bid farewell to Vesper Bay. So as to avoid drawing undue attention, we shall make the journey to Remnant's Toll in small groups, departing at irregular intervals. Lest you doubt, it is still my intention to conduct future operations openly, but on this particular occasion, the need for caution overrides all other concerns. To move north as one ponderous caravan would only serve to invite an attack. It seemed only right that I should be the last to leave, and I would have you remain with me until then, Starlight. Upon my departure, the Weakened Sands will formally cease to be our headquarters, and the premises will be given into the care of Arianger. I had thought to relinquish the property, but he was quite adamant, and I had not the heart to disagree. These walls have borne witness to some of the brightest and darkest moments in our Order's history, and mayhap it is best that we do not forsake them entirely. Ariander shall remain here and devote his energies to studying the nature of primals by the grace of the 12. He will one day discover the permanent solution that we have sought for so long. Of course, he will not be alone. Alistair shall continue to work closely with them as well. Should they require our assistance, I have their assurance that they will not hesitate to contact us. Speaking of Arianger, would you require of him any tasks remain undone? I cannot escape the feeling that I have forgotten something important. Thou art ever welcome, Starlight, but I require no assistance. Pray take thy leave, unburdened by concern for my well-being. Verily, the countenance bespeaks of desire to quit this place without further delay. Oh, hi, Lythria! If you're not already following Lythria, please do so. They're an amazing person and I love their face. Welcome in, Raiders. You're welcome, Lythria. Thank you for the socials and Discord and stuff. How was your stream? What did you get up to? Thank you for the hydrate. Drinking. Verily, thy countenance bespeaks a desire to quit this place without further delay. Mayhap that thou thinkest this chapter of our tale concluded, that these halls should rightly be consigned to the annals of history. I'm glad you're enjoying the game. I also have Critter Cafe now if you want to try that out. It was on sale, so I got it. In man's eagerness to seize the future, how readily he doth set down the past. Full many a proud pioneer hath bravely strutted into the great unknown, only to find there the banner of his ancestor, faded by the eons, and still man glorieth in his discoveries. 'Tis thought his pride that wisdom doth ever give way to ignorance, while they who lurk in shadow remain hidden, lost no sooner than they are found. Okay, I think you'll love it. It's cute. I'm gonna be playing it after stream. Or should I play it on stream? Be not offended, Starlight. Thy conduct hath ever been beyond reproach. Despite thy surpassing strength and all thy many victories, thou hast never been so convinced of thine own greatness as to imagine thyself above the failings of thy forebears. Mayhap it is the echo which hath opened. Okay, wait until maybe 4 or 5. I want to at least get 3 hours into this. Whence came that cry? The solar, 12 for then the antecedent. Not again. Starlight, you must. Tell me, Louis Floyd, would you have done the same? Louis Floyd Floor was a remarkable man, wise beyond mortal measure. Would that I had met him prior to his passing. Inacian here? How? How readily you see, you are indeed gifted, Antecedent. But you are not like the others, your robes. Gifted, but ignorant, yet I shall not judge you harshly. The fault lies with your forebears. It has been millennia. Mine are the robes of an emissary. Unlike he who came before, I have no quarrel with you. He who you speak of, La Habrea. La Habrea is a warrior. He fought, he fell. He may yet learn from his mistakes. Then he is still. Come, I only confirm that which you already know. There is no cessation, no oblivion, only expulsion. What are... We're ready when you are, my lady, if there's nothing else. Is something the matter? I feel the same way. After everything that's happened here, it feels strange to leave, but I'm sure we'll soon get used to Revenant's toll. Well, I'll let you say your goodbyes. Take as long as you like, my lady. We shall depart whenever you're ready. It is only to be expected. She lacks the gift and the knowledge of, well, to her, we are indistinct. I do not understand. Shadowless, fleshless, formless, what truth there is in each tale diluted by time and telling. Knowledge dictates expectation, and expectation colors perception. Thus did she perceive not. So it is with all but a chosen few, even you, when young, could not see, yet see with eyes unclouded. You know nothing about me, nothing. This gift grants you clarity, it grants you focus, what that you may in time come to see us as we are, rather than the crude approximation. La Brea did not think so highly of the echo. La Brea is wrong about many things. The echo is indeed a gift, albeit one you have yet to master. As if we did? And if we did, there would be no strife between our peoples, for we would be one of one mind. I leave as I came in peace and descended. May we meet again as friends. Wait, stay where you are. Mayhap I was indelicate. 'Tis a mercy she shields her children from his grace with such resolve. Was it also by her hand that you survived the ardor, I wonder? I take it there is no need to explain. Save your concern, he did mean no lasting harm. Whatever his intention was, it was not to kill. I heard a cry. What happened? Are you alright? You look faint. Do you need to lie down? I can fetch you a flask of my special tonic. Arianger, send word to the students of Baldesian. Tell them to scour the archives, the forbidden tomes in particular. If there is any reference to the Anasian robed in white, however oblique, I would know of it. Anasian, my lady, was that what gave you cause to cry about? I did but moments ago glimpse a figure clad in white set forth from the lake and sands, yet Asians are wont to employ teleportation magics. Why would one be so brazen? I know not and care not. Find him, Starlight. Turn every stone in Vesper away if you have to. Pray attend me, Tartaro. He speaks of peace, but I know his words belie his true intent. Quickly, Starlight, do not let him escape. I am told that you are the warrior of light, but I would know for myself. I shall walk north and you may choose to follow. Know, however, that you will be waylaid if you do. You may even perish. Should you survive, we shall speak anon. Remarkable, truly remarkable. I thank you for granting me this indulgence. Actually, would you mind if I just streamed it to you only, Lythrea? Because I kind of want to continue playing this during stream. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Thank you for granting me this indulgence. Oh, I already read that. None safer who bested La Brea could endure such an examination. Okay. Thank you, Lythrea. Have the laws of man grown so twisted in my absence that it is now permitted to lay hands upon an emissary? You bore witness to my audience with the antecedent, did you not? Then you know I acted only in self-defense. I realize the same cannot be said of La Habrea. Even amongst his brethren he is considered unique. Nevertheless, I cannot wholly condemn his misdeeds, for through them we discovered you, one so strong as in the gift that she could cast us out. Your mother favors you still, that much is plain, but surely you must feel it. Her influence wanes, and her strength shall soon be spent. These lands, these people, this world shall soon change. As it was, so shall it be again, as it should always have been. Doubt my claims and question my motives if you will. Only believe me when I say this. I am Elidibus, emissary, bearer of the word of the true God, and we shall meet again. Oh, did you see my bow? I got this, like, last week, I think. I like how it glows this way. Like that. Yeah, it does. Thank the gods you've returned, Starlight. After you left, I began to worry that I might have sent you to your doom. I take it our visitor proved elusive. Beg pardon, he was waiting for you? What did you do? What did he say? As it was, so shall it be again. When does he speak? And of what exactly? The words of this Elidibus portend much but reveal nothing. Perhaps a measure of disdain for La Habrea. I had hoped for answers, but it seems I shall have to be content with the wealth of additional questions. Let us set aside the matter of this ASEAN until after we have completed our move to the Rising Stones. There is but one final favor I would ask that of you before I depart. I believe I mentioned before that my father was a member of the Alamean resistance. The truth, however, is more complicated than that. As far as the Empire knew, he was their spy. He maintained the deception nigh on half a decade, furnishing the resistance with vital imperial secrets while feeding his playmasters subtly conceived misinformation. When he died some 15 years ago, my father left behind his journal, which I have closely guarded ever since. It contains every shred of information he had and his agents could steal on what they believed to be the single greatest threat to Eorzea, the Primals. Its wisdom has guided me through the years, though there is much within I still do not understand. It is my hope that Urianger will fare better. Tell him to treat it with care. It is all I have left of my father. I thought thee departed. To what end dost thou linger? The father's final bequest, the daughter's lifelong labor. It is no small thing to surrender such a cherished memento. While I can imagine the antecedents' pain upon mine honor, I swear to spare no effort in the study of these materials, lest my lady's sacrifice be in vain. Starlight, this is Minfilia. Forgive me, but I can no longer. I have departed for the Rising Stones. If you have yet to, once you have given the journal to Urianger, I bid you come to the seventh heaven in Remnant's Toll. Tataru will be there to show you inside our new headquarters. Assuming you have already attuned to it, you may wish to make use of our new aetheryte in Remnant's Toll. After all, it is right on our doorstep. Amongst Muggles kind, the legend of good King Moggle the 12th doth tell of a wise and magnanimous ruler. Alas, the entity thus summoned put to lie this imagining with his brief and decidedly unpeaceful reign. 'Twas most disturbing for me to learn then that Muggles' guard have once more succeeded in placing their manic potentate upon his thorny throne. Methinks the agents of chaos doth lurk in the shadows of this deed. Only with the ASEAN skillful intervention could they have called the king back from the aether with such haste. As ever, it falls to thee to the blade born of light to banish the paragons of dark ambition from our realm. The 12 only know what dire power doth corrupt the savior of these gentle forest folk. Their name has been called Starlight. The more moderate faction of the Muggles hath joined with the Order of the Twin Adder in an effort to open the path to the good king's domain. I bid thee make haste to the Adder's nest and once more pledge thine aid in disposing this royal myth made flesh. Starlight, you're here. Good, good. We were all wondering when you'd show up. As I was just telling your arrested receptionist here, I'm pleased to inform you that all documents have been prepared and all signatures signed. The Rising Stones is officially yours. Splendid. From this day forward, I will spare no effort in seeing that it is as welcoming and comfortable a home for us as the Waking Sands ever was. That said, this is all somewhat intimidating, is it not? So many unfamiliar places and unfamiliar faces. Remnant Tolls is populated mostly by adventurers, which means, as you might expect, that there is quite a bit of coming and going. Emphasis on the coming, at least of late. What with the investigation of the Crystal Tower hitting full stride, I've lost track of how many fortune seekers and scholars have shown up in the past few days alone, hoping to unearth ancient secrets. I don't suppose the tower piqued your interest as well. You've already offered your aid to the effort, you say? You certainly move quickly, my friend. If I weren't otherwise occupied with my duties here, I'd have a mind to join you. Alas, I'll have to settle for hearing the tales of all you've seen upon your return. Be safe in there, yes? Why, that's wonderful to hear. Rest assured that this receptionist will work hard, just as hard, to see that our efforts do not skip a beat despite the relocation. And with that, Starlight, I do believe it's time you officially announced your presence to everyone inside. And Descendant and the others will surely be overjoyed to see you. Well, it certainly is spacious. It is certainly spacious. Today marks a new beginning of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. For today, we declare our independence. We shall henceforth be beholden to no nation, but serve all of Eorzea's people proudly and openly. But this does not mean that we will sever our ties to the Eorzean alliance. On the contrary, the antecedent, and I shall endeavor to strengthen them. Rest assured, however, that we shall not permit political considerations to influence our decisions. Our identity remains unchanged, as does our cause. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and our single purpose is to safeguard the future of Eorzea. For Eorzea. A moment of your time, Starlight. I would speak of Elizabeth. Pardon the intrusion, my lady, but the matter of which bringeth me will admit no delay. Mine every attempt to contact the students of Baldesion hath been met with silence. No one will respond. How about allow me to try? No response. Surely they would not ignore us. They have never yet, my lady. I fear we must assume the worst. No, I will not believe it. An outpost, perhaps not, but not their head. An outpost, perhaps, but not their headquarters. Their wards are beyond circumvention. Had they come under attack, they would certainly have raised the alarm. None could penetrate their sanctum unnoticed. But for those who lack the gift and the knowledge both, oh no. Contact their agents in the field at once. If aught has befallen the students of Baldesion, they may know of it. Though the thought of it pains me, until such times we have evidence to the contrary, we can but assume the worst. Accordingly, we must needs seek another source of information on Elidibus. 'Tis possible that others in the homeland are possessed of such knowledge. Be fairly warned, however, that they are unlike to yield unconditionally. Do what you must. Yet another unforeseen and unwelcome development. What could be next, I wonder? A visit from a crimson-clad Asian, perhaps, or Alker, or Puss? And of which allies will then fall silent? And which of our allies will then fall silent? For a time, I thought we had gained the upper hand. When you shattered the crystal of darkness and cast out La Habrea, I dared to hope that we had found a way to rid ourselves of the Asian menace. But I was wrong. He endures and may yet return. Upon the point, I have no doubt that Elidibus spoke true. Yet there must be a way to destroy them utterly. A way to spare this world their unholy imaginations. I dare not consider the alternative. There are forces at work we do not understand, Starlight. I discern them all around in disturbances too great and too numerous to be dismissed as mere coincidence. Doubtless the paragons are involved, but how? Oh, and what to end is far from clear. I know not what will come, but I do know that we will rise and meet it as one. My stalwart hero, your face is a picture of resolve. I know that you will be ready when the time comes. With luck, however, that will not be for a while yet. Pray return to your private affairs with my blessing. Should anything arise, you will be informed. Kral, where are you? Your intercession was not foretold. You object? We question. Our plans are in motion. Your intentions are unclear. They survived the seventh ardor and are stronger than now in the gift. Does that not intrigue you? No, it does not. Serve as you will, I too shall I. So too shall I. We labor not at cross purposes. The wisdom of his plan shall become apparent in time when the veil is lifted from their eyes, and at long last they see. Truly there is no rest for the weary. Scarce had I begun to make myself at home when I received a request for assistance from Imogen and Sons Mineral Concern. It would appear their storehouse in Horizon has been target of a series of covert robberies. Minor as they seemed in isolation, occasional discrepancies in the manifest were long dismissed as clerical errors. It was only during the concern's annual audit that a pattern became apparent. Significant quantities of crystals and only crystals were missing. I need hardly tell you what that may imply. The brass blades charged with investigating the thefts believe that someone is what then concern is selling the crystals for profit. Alas, they have as yet been unable to identify a likely subject, and the concern's proprietors have grown frustrated by their lack of progress. Needless to say, I would not have agreed to intervene had the stolen goods been merely of monetary value. If there is even a possibility that the thief acts not out of self-interest but in service to a primal, we can now afford to wait for the blades to realize their mistake. Pray depart for Horizon at your earliest convenience. Rendezvous with this Cholo when you arrive. She and Thancred have already begun a preliminary investigation. I have every confidence that the three of you will get to the bottom of these thefts. I only hope our fears prove unfounded when you do. Nerix, are you? Then you must be an adventurer of some skill, for my business relies on capable people such as you. As a gesture of goodwill, I'm going to share with you a morsel of information. There's this bloke named Gerald. Makes his living in weapons and armor and whatnot. They say his skill is the finest in all the realm. Might be as it's gone to his head, though. Folks don't take to the man, if you get my meaning. Oh, and he likes to drink and all. Bloody Byron got himself in the forge, though as a young lad he was cast out on his ear by his master of the crime of craft and finer wares, and that while this drunk ever since he's roamed here and there, earning his keep day to day. I've known Gerald ever since I landed in the business. I ain't seen him for a while though, and the last time I did, Bill Full had tears in his eyes and snot driven from his nose, falling on hard times, he said. Asked for a bit of coin to hide him over, never paid me back neither. Couldn't say for sure where he is now, seemed to remember hearing he was in the Black Sherrod putting up at Hearst Mill or some such place. He might do well to commission his work. He'll even reforge the relics of old if you make it worth his while. And there ain't no other in Eorzea as can do that. If it's relics you care about, I've promised a payment, but might catch your fancy. It don't look like much, but it'll get old Geralt to fire up his forge. That much I promise. How progress your efforts in infiltrating the Beastman's stronghold? So these are the plain crystals of the beast tribes. I have seen countless specimens from I know not how many exhibitions, but nothing to compare to these. Their purity is astounding. You have done well, Starlight. With these in our possession, we lack only the crystals of fire and wind. The former lies in Saharak, the lower camp of Amalja and Thanalin, the latter in Nadalin, the roost of the Ixtal and the hills of the Corythus. You can expect them to be as closely guarded as the 12, if not more so. Still, I look forward to receiving word of your resounding success. I'll be right back. Let me guess, you've lost, no, broken, no, traded for magical beans, the parts we need. Well, color me impressed. I was half expecting the worst and got, well, less than the worst. Don't get all giddy on me now. You're still not off the hook for stealing away Mr. Garland, but I'll admit, I'm beginning to see why he might feel the need to latch himself onto an adventure like he might a stray pup. Alright, let's see if I can't salvage this mess of a masterpiece. Phew, I think that's it. Both Magitech and Photon Cannon should be functional. That said, I'm no Garlean. There's no third eye hidden up under these lovely locks. And there is a great deal I don't know about their much, I can't guarantee the cannons won't misfire, but then again, misfire is better than no fire, eh? Even so, I wouldn't recommend using the weaponry in actual battle. Speaking of fire, it's high time I got back to the ironworks. Patching up those cannons has given me a few ideas. You take good care of that armor, or you'll have me to answer to, Starlight. Starlight, your assistance is most welcome. I have already spoken at length with the brass blades of the rose. Albeit to little avail, it would seem that the thieves took great pains to conceal their activities. I could go into further details, but your time might be better spent in conversation with Fufalupa. He is the officer charged with leading the investigation, and I would only be repeating that which he related to me. If aught eluded my attention, mayhap it will not elude yours. Oh, hello there, Starlight. Was it Ishtola said to expect you? Terrible business, these stuffs. We have yet to confirm the quantity of crystal stolen, but I dare say it might be greater than... but never mind that. I have news to share. A short while ago, the driver of a heavily laden carriage refused to halt for inspection and broke through one of our checkpoints on the Royal Allegan Sunway. The cart bolted off towards the Standalone, where, thank the gods, I hear that our colleagues were able to apprehend them without further incident. A speeding carriage, that would seem a curious choice for thieves of such proven cunning, yet the Malja do have a foothold in Eastern Thanwin. And what other cargo did they carry the crystals we seek? We should be receiving a report any moment now, but I fail to see what else it could. Did you miss me, friends? I'm back, but I fear I come bearing disappointing news. Or on second thought, perhaps it's good news after all. Thancred, wherever have you been off to? I figured you had everything under control here, so I just took a brief excursion to the east to check up on our Maja friends. And wouldn't you believe it, I happened upon a runaway carriage on the way, and even was able to do my small part to help my friends and the brass blades intercept it. In all my years, I have never seen such a prodigious quantity of summonners. The blades were calling it one of the greatest hauls they've ever seen. The stolen crystals, on the other hand, were nowhere to be found. If that's so, alas, I suppose we have no choice but to resume our search elsewhere. We should reassess our options as well. Come with us, Starlight. Against all expectations, it would seem the Maja are innocent of this particular spate of crimes. By all indications, they have yet to replenish the stores of crystals exhausted during their last attempt to summon Ifrit. What I can't fathom is why anyone else would go to such lengths to obtain crystals and in such quantities. It cannot be that we're dealing with simple thieves. If their motive were profit, why would they limit their crystals alone? Plainly, we are missing something. While you think about it, what it might be, I shall inform Erginger of our progress or lack thereof.
Now then. Tis I. The situation may be more complicated than we anticipated.
Indeed, I shall remain watchful. Ere thou goest, another matter requireth thine attention. A young maiden, full eager to... Wherefore inquirest thou of her fairness? Oh, very well. Be she damsel or devil, I shall direct her steps to Revenant's toll. Save thine insinuations for one given to such impropriety. Thou shalt not find me amenable.
Far across the sea from the land of Domar have we traveled. We seek audience with the ruler of these lands. Who here speaks for you?
Any bright ideas, a solitary flash of insight? No? Well then, for want of a better suggestion, I say we try picking Lupa's brain again. Who knows, if we work together we may yet find something of you nestle away within it. Oh, but it is good to see you return. I have given some thought to the matter of hand. I have given some thought to the matter, and I have just hit upon the most disturbing possibility. How could I have been so blind? Calm yourself, Fufalupa. What is this disturbing possibility of which you speak? I was contemplating as to how the thieves' activities escaped our notice for so long, and then it came to me, what if there is someone among our own ranks conspiring with them, a traitor in our own midst? It would be most unfortunate if your fears proved well-founded, Fufalupa. Indeed, if for reasons of security the concern decided to transfer the remaining crystals stored in Horizon to another location, their plans would be discovered the moment Brass Blades were informed. But such a shipment would surely be well guarded. Would thieves as wily as ours risk open confrontation? Mayhap not, but neither would the concerned be eager to present them with such an obvious target. Nay, they might instead to elect to carry out the transfer in secret, to entrust the goods to, let us say, a lone Mako miner traveling without escort, so as not to attract undue attention. I see, yes, the concerned may well elect to do that, but to travel with so much cargo would be a strenuous task indeed, and this miner would certainly not rest upon the way, mayhap north of the bridge to Hammerlia. Fine spot for a rest, would you not agree, Starlight? Alas, the role of Mako miner is taken, so you will lie in wait to the north, and I shall do the same to the south. Forgive me, my friends, but I have received new orders. I must inform my men at once. Call me a cynic, but I would be surprised if these thieves lay down their arms and surrender. See that you come prepared to offer them some encouragement. Stubborn to the last as expected, you are unharmed. A gang of sea wolves, thieves, and Nathanaline no less. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Sea wolves, all of them. Aye, and all that look the same, taste and facial tattoos, blue, in case you were wondering. Our thieves are a long way from home. Tancred, if you would be so good as to attend to the outstanding matters in Horizon, I have inquiries to make. To Horizon then, Philippa will want to hear about your meeting with the thieves. On behalf of the Brass Blades of the Rose, I thank you for your service to Horizon. But we have not been idle. While you were afield, we succeeded in identifying the traitor within our ranks. Is that so? Then by your leave, I should very much like to have a word with the fellow in private. No, I'm afraid that will not be possible. Regrettably, he managed to subdue the unit of blades dispatched to detain him. He made good his escape. Oh, for the love of... And how did he manage that exactly? Your men haven't been sampling that somnus where we confiscated, have they? Or was he a giant in disguise? No, but he was quite strong, a sea wolf, womanson, born and raised, I believe. But do not worry, we will find him. You will have my word on that. I say, pray keep me apprised of any developments. Yes, she's standing next to me. Understood. I fear our time together is at an end, my friend. Your services are required elsewhere. Awfully disappointing. I know, but one must follow where duty leads. You might try to look a little disappointed, or do you mean to give me another one of your stoic nods? You do, don't you? The antecedent bid me tell you to make for Vesper Bay, where young Alphanod awaits your coming most eagerly. It was he who requested your assistance. Some commotion or incident, I am not privy to the details. While you do whatever it is that Alphanod has planned for you, I shall endeavor to track down our traitorous black breastplate. And when I do, you may rest assured that we will have our answers. wheels, bah, it's gibberish, utter gibberish. As I live and breathe, the warrior of light, I haven't seen your like in years, not since Bloody Cartano, certainly. I see you refuse to confirm or deny my assessment, keeping a low profile or lead very low. I shall speak of this so no one by the way. My name is Valiant Heart. A pleasure to meet you, my lady. Oh, look at us, two veterans courting with experience beyond the common man's kin. I say we should be friends, you and I. To that end, I shall share with you my reason for being here and doing so deepen our bond. Tell me, have you heard of Winebud? He is an explorer of some renown 10 years ago, though he regrettably retired and passed on not long ago. It is said that he discovered a treasure worth 100 million gil. That's right, 100 million gil. Winebud called it the most precious secret of Lalafudo III, who was a sultan of Gladio some 700 years ago. I just think what we might do with such a treasure. I say we, for should you aid me in my research, I would gladly share the spoils with you. Spoils, what do you say? What say you? Of course you will. Only a grateful would turn her back on phenomenal wealth and everlasting glory. Now then, task at hand. Upon the statue of the silent king is writ a message left to us by Winabad himself, which I believe will lead us to the treasure. Alas, it is encoded, and deciphering it is no small feat. See for yourself, I have only finished the first passage. What is worse, the contents are nigh unintelligible. It appears to be a riddle, but beyond that I cannot say, and so I would turn to you. If you saw all the riddles I deciphered, then together we can claim the treasure of Lalafuto the Third. A simple arrangement, yes, then let us begin at once. Look at the statue for the first riddle. If you don't mind my saying, it seems to me you've been wanting for stimulation of late. The Arab's rapport about you is quite palpable. Adventures are akin to explorers, my friend. Like us, we need regular doses of excitement, else you're like to shrivel up and die. I would hate to see that happen to you, so I will tell you of a place that will surely set your heart racing. And the Four Keep, 'tis a ruined fortress situated in the South Shroud, dating back to the 5th Astral Era. If the thought of delving into the past sets your loins afire, the keep will surely serve to quench it. The entrance is watched by a wood whaler named Maxine. Give her my name and she will tell you all you need to know. You are late. No matter, I know where our visitors are headed. From what I have been able to gather, this vessel belongs to a band of Domans who seek an audience with the Sultana. You are familiar with Doma, yes, in Othard? Well, like the rest of the nations of the eastern continent, it is ruled by the Garlean Empire. Given our visitors and announced arrival, as well as the state of their ship, I suspect they did not leave their homeland under the best circumstances. Needless to say, I should be very interested to hear their tale, and more importantly, what they know of the current state of affairs in the Empire. Such information could prove most useful. We would be fools to not pursue this opportunity. Do you not think? Come with me to old Starlight, unless I am mistaken. And I am really mistaken. We will find the Domans bickering with the Sultan's Horn on the Royal Promenade. You are uncertain of your role in the proceedings. Insurance if our guests are not themselves Imperial agents, it seems fair to assume that they may be pursued by some, and if not, who better than you to have on hand in the event of an unforeseen diplomat incident. Besides, I do so enjoy your sparkling repartee. Satisfied? Good, I shall see you in Fulda. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Hold on. Alright. Here at Nedrick's recommendation, then you must not be without skill. That said, it is my duty to warn you of the dangers that await. This fortress was built by the Amdapori, an ancient people who rose to power upon arcane knowledge. During the heyday of their civilization, they built magnificent structures such as this. Alas, the splendor has long faded into memory, and the keep has become a lair of the lambs of Dalamed, a doomsday cult. Some of the cultists have even succeeded in summoning voice, and we wood whalers welcome capable adventurers who would be willing to keep their numbers in check. The determined set of your jaw, the dynamic presence, as if you're ready to leap into action. There's no mistake. You're an adventurer and a dependable one at that. Tell me, are you familiar with the name Louis Roy Lavalier? Of course you are. Forgive me my suddenness. I am Nananji, a budding writer, and I seek to pen a biography of the great man. In particular, I wish to cover his movements leading up to the calamity, and to that end I'm requested to interview with the Immortal Flames. He served the Eorzean Alliance as a tactician, you see, so there ought to be someone in the order who had dealings with them. And while my request has thankfully been accepted, there is just one problem. I don't have much experience conducting interviews, and I'm worried whether I'll be able to do a proper job. As an adventurer, you're doubtless used to dealing with people, thus I would like to ask you to accompany me in the capacity of an assistant. It would be tremendously reassuring to simply have you watching on. And if you're amenable afterwards, I'd like to interview you as well for your own impressions. For your troubles, I'll be certain to credit you as a collaborator. So please, won't you help me with my biography? that the memories of the calamity might be preserved for future generations. I'm in your debt. To begin with, please come with me to Camp Drybone in Eastern Dandelion. There is a place I'd like to visit ahead of the interview. It matters not how many times you ask, without the necessary permission, none shall pass. Pray understand, good sir, we have not the leisure to lodge a formal petition. Time is of the essence. All I ask is that you summon your superior, allow me to plead my case. Surely you can grant us that small kindness. Away with you, and darken these doors no longer. I will not ask again. You know not what you do. I gather you please fell upon deaf ears. A royal man with a cold heart, I know his kind well. Hope that you will find me more to your liking, Elfinod Lavalier, at your service, a friend. Which I believe makes me very nearly unique in this part of the world, at least. Few indeed are your allies in Ulda, yet you will need some if you wish to endear yourselves to the wealthy and powerful. Pray join me and my associate at the quicksand. There you may explain your situation to us, and we shall see if there is aught we can do to help.
We have traveled some several thousand miles across the sea from the nation of Doma, in hopes that we might find sanctuary in these lands.
Sanctuary, Lady Yugiri?
Aye. Lying within Othard, Doma was under the dominion of the Garlean Empire, as I'm sure you are aware. When the War of Succession broke out in Garlemald, we espied an opportunity to free ourselves from the yoke of imperial oppression and took up arms. Only to be crushed. And so I gathered what few Domans escaped the reckoning and guided them hither to your shores.
A war of succession? Then the Emperor... Forgive me. You said that Doma was under Imperial rule, did you not?
Doma is gone. Razed to the ground as an example to the other provinces.
12 have mercy. And your people?
On a ship anchored in Vesper Bay, flying borrowed colors. Many were complicit in the rebellion, or akin to those who were. They will not come ashore until I send word that it is safe to do so. I sought an audience with your rulers, but was summarily refused.
The lords of Ul'dah are not wont to entertain foreign refugees without suitable encouragement.
Mayhap I was foolish to expect otherwise, but our supplies run low and we have young ones in urgent need of care. I have seen the tents outside the gates, however. We are not the first to seek asylum, nor will we be the last.
Be that as it may, Ul'dah is no friend to Garlemald. Your tale would stir the hearts of many men and women here. The Sultana and the Syndicate will not be so easily swayed, but I shall see that you are granted an opportunity to plead your case.
This is within your power?
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
I am in your debt.
Lady Yugiri, forgive me for observing, but your choice of attire seems like to evoke feelings of mistrust.
Men are wont to fear the unfamiliar. We know this from experience. We seek only to spare the people of Ul'dah unnecessary disquiet.
I shall defer to your experience, then.
I thank you for your understanding.
It seems I have urgent business with the Flame General. I leave our guests in your capable hands.
If I may, Madame, as I said earlier, we have been at sea for several moons and our supplies are all but spent. I have not the heart to repeat the tales of our tribulations, nor would it please me to listen to them. I think, suffice it to say, however, sacrifices have been made. Though it shames me to beg for more when you have already offered so much desperation compels me, good Madame. If you and your associates could spare any provisions, anything at all, it would go a long way to lessen the suffering of my people. Else, why didn't you say so sooner, Starlight? Of course I'll help. You couldn't have picked a better day. To tell the truth, the wealthy merchant and his entourage were due to have a banquet here on the morrow. See, but just sent word they can't come, meaning I've got a boatload of foodstuffs and no one to feed. Best of all, they paid for the lot in advance. Haha. Good enough. call on Frederick and Catherine at the Sapphire Avenue Exchange. Tell them I said to ship the little princess order to the Lake and Sands. Oh, and if they argue, just show them these letters. Those letters, that should set them right straight. Why hello there, lass. Care to make some easy gill? You need only deliver a file of my worth to a customer. I'll make it worth your while. Why ask me? You think some street urchin would scribble to Epstein what my goods are pilfer from my profits? No, I need an adventurer for this work, someone with morals. Now that we understand each other, take this to the gladiator waiting on the steps of Node. Once you receive his dues, bring them straight back here, and rest assured I know if you've even a gill short. She's in the business of feeding refugees now. I ain't normally one to question Mistress Mummity's judgment, but that doesn't seem wise to me. I'll not speak for the children, but if you ask me, any man who can't earn a crust deserves to go hungry. My, that's a rather odd request. Mayhap you misheard her instructions. You know, you shouldn't encourage them like this. They'll start to expect it. You mark my words. Don't be mean. They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Good. Now go and tell Lady Yugiri it's all in hand. I dared not hope for such magnanimity, much less expect it. Mistress Mumity is generous indeed. I shall be sure to thank her most humbly. Lady Yugiri, I briefed with the Flame General on your situation. I think you will be pleased with his reply. We have been granted an audience. Before the Sultan and the Syndicate both, we should return to the Royal Promenade at once. You have done much for us, Master Alphanod. I swear we shall return the favor. Not is owed, Lady Yugiri, for naught has been given. This small favor you fairly won with your own words, and it is with words that you must win the favor of the Syndicate. Then I shall choose them with care. You will be accompanying us, yes? Good. Your presence may serve to remind the Syndicate of the true meaning of philanthropy. and nothing so unpalatable will be required of them, assuming the Domans are willing to earn their keep. Come, the Flame General awaits us on the Royal Promenade. I hear you've been busy as a bee, Starlight. Seems half the whispers what come my way relate to your comings and goings. Being the active type you are, I reckon you'd be interested in investigating some strange rumors, am I right? But before that, let me ask, ever heard of a man named Hildebrand? Well, you don't mean to say you knew the bugger. I know he thought himself famous, but thinking it don't make it true. Shame that he had to go and get himself killed. All that nonsense about stopping Dolomite himself, and what in the seven hells was he thinking? At least it was mercifully quick. Still judging from the depths of the crater, he must have fallen from an unfathomable height. Gods only know what was going through his mind as he watched the ground rush to meet him. Amazing how well the body was preserved, though. Hells, it's amazing there was a body left to bury at all. Had reasons for bringing this up. Right. So Nashu, Hildebrand's erstwhile assistant, has since become an inspector in her own right. At present, she is investigating the strange rumors I mentioned earlier. She's a sweet lass, a bit daft, but sweet nonetheless, so when I hear she's at what's end, I want to help. Thing is, I prefer to meddle in the affairs of the living. Zombies are most definitely not my forte. So if you're willing, I'd be grateful if you lent her a hand as to where to find her. She'd like to visit Hildebrand's grave in the Lich Yard when she's frustrated. Try looking for her there first. How could I have lost? My strategy was foolproof. Listen, friend, if you have an inclination towards the Lord of Vermilion game at the Gold Saucer, I'd say you'd best think twice. I spent a fortune on my critters and had scores of victories to boast. Then some newcomer waltzed up and challenged me. I knew there was something strange about him. An aura with terror vibrant, he a glint in his eye. Called himself the Mandarin Executive or some such. Still, I'm not one to turn down a match, novice or veteran. Hells, I even gave him a head start, but the minions he used, they weren't like any I've ever seen before. They were demons, I tell you. I accused him of cheating, but he said he had petitioned the Gold Saucer to use them for battle, and the little buggers were approved. Needless to say, my beloved team was torn to shreds every time. Seems like anything qualifies these days. I've completely lost my appetite for the game, but if you're curious about these so-called minions, you should head over to the Gold Saucer and take a look yourself. He was still loitering around there when I left. Those balls, just when you think you've seen it all, the world's full of surprises. What am I talking about, you ask? Oh, nothing much, just the most amazing blade work I've ever seen. It wasn't even the main card either, but the light entertainment if our Eastern fellow old enough to be my grandfather appeared and called for our challenges, but who would answer him but a brute of a gladiator? Perhaps people thought it was either a mummery or a sick joke. After all, what could one expect from such a mismatch? The old and infirm versus the young and informed. But when the action began, the old man proceeded to drop everyone's jaws, his opponents not least of all, with his blistering blade work. The most riveting moment, though, was when he had the challenger on the back foot, for instead of finishing the job, he went and sheathed his blade. Putting your steel away in the heat of a battle, well, that's akin to committing suicide. This wasn't lost on the gladiator, who launched it with mighty swing. The spectators gasped collectively, thinking it was over, and it was, but not for the old man, for in the next instant, before anyone could comprehend what had happened, his opponent was crumpled on the ground. In one fell stroke and with impossible speed, the old man had drawn his sword and dealt the telling blow. A few heartbeats passed in stunned silence. Then the stands erupted in riotous cheering. Gods, I reckon. Just recounting it gives me the chills. That speed, the precision, the elegance, simply sublime. How's it possible? I had never heard of these far eastern warriors, these samurai. But wait, are you thinking what I'm think you're thinking, and you want to face the old man? Well, that silver-tongued showmaster was looking for a new challenger, but you don't want to do this. Let someone else be the fool. Pleasure, Starlight. The others are already inside. Let's not keep them waiting.
I, Yugiri of Domar, am honored to meet you at last, Your Grace. To mark this auspicious occasion, I should like to present to you the finest treasures our humble nation has to offer. Alas, the circumstances which have brought me here today have divested me of both time and dignity. I come before you as a pauper in direst need of aid, to request that you grant my people asylum.
I, Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, welcome you to our city. Be at ease, Lady Yugiri. Although I myself have heard the tale of your misfortune, I would ask that you recount it once more for the benefit of the others here present.
As you wish, Your Grace. For many years, my nation, Domar, suffered under the yoke of imperial rule, and my people yearned to be free. Thus, when a war of succession broke out in Garlemald, we sought to take advantage of the chaos and reclaim our liberty. Alas, our enemy proved less preoccupied than we had hoped, and our rebellion was put down in the most brutal fashion.
Those who survived, how many do they number?
More than 200 souls huddle within the cramped confines of our own galleon's hold. Yet this figure accounts for but one of a number of ships which escaped the purge. It is my hope that you will allow us all to dwell within your walls. Should that prove unfeasible, however, I humbly ask that you accept as many of my people as your resources allow. Pray understand, we do not beg a boon, but propose instead an arrangement. We would serve as soldiers or tradesmen until our debt is repaid.
What are the Syndicate's opinions on this matter?
I, for one, think it's a marvelous idea. Lady Yugiri and her people strike me as an industrious lot, and there are parts of the city which have yet to be fully restored. If they are willing to work, I see no reason not to let them.
The head of the Mirage Trust is not known for his generosity. He sees profit in this.
I agree. That said, these are foreign refugees. To admit them would require a formal resolution. Shall we call a vote?
The law is the law.
Lord Lolorito?
Tell me, are you blind or willfully ignorant? Even now, our streets are choked with the displaced victims of the Calamity and Alamigan refugees. They live hand to mouth, subsisting on aid provided by the immortal flames, the cost of which grows ever higher. The wealth of Ul'dah is not without limits, my friends. And need I remind you that these refugees are prone to violence and criminal activity? You have all read the reports, I think. Without homes or employment, it is only a matter of time before men grow desperate and take that which they imagine has been unjustly denied them. Yet, knowing this, you would have us swell their ranks. Mayhap you think the brass blades and the flames are not hard-pressed enough?
Some say the chairman of the East Aldenard Trading Company passes Gil thrice daily. This may explain how he came to be the wealthiest man in Ul'dah. Or it may simply be that he's ruthless beyond reckoning.
Surely the Sultanate can support the few hundred domins Lady Yugiri represents. That our resources have been taxed, I do not deny. But we are hardly in danger of financial collapse. I move that an exception be made.
An exception, Your Grace? I am suddenly reminded of a similar debate some years ago regarding a number of Alamigan refugees, if memory serves. What were your words that day? Ah, yes. The law is the law, and so our visitors remained in Little Alamigo. Mayhap our wise and benevolent Sultana would be so good as to enlighten us as to which other of our laws should not be upheld.
Mind your tongue, Lolorito.
My lord, I share your concern for the welfare of our great nation, but we must endeavor to take a longer view. You know as well as I that people can be a resource still more precious than Gil.
Precious or not, they were never yet so reliable. And unlike those who frequent your establishment, I have no desire to gamble with my future. Uldar's greatest asset is, and has ever been, her material wealth. We risk this at our peril. One need only look to Teleji Adeleji's example for evidence of the danger in allowing sentiment to dictate policy. How far the vaunted Mirage have fallen, both in repute and profitability, since he began employing refugees.
How I choose to conduct my affairs is not your concern, my lord.
A proposal has been tabled. Given its urgency, I move we forego further debate and call a vote. To accept the Doman refugees or not. Those in favor, I bid you remain. Those opposed, I bid you leave.
Would that it were within my power to welcome you and your people, Lady Yugiri. As you have observed, however, my authority in such matters is regrettably limited. Without the consent of the Syndicate, I cannot act.
I understand, Your Grace, and I appreciate all that you have done on our behalf.
The nerve of the man! If that bastard had not forsaken the eastern trade route, Little Alamigo would now be thriving. Oh, that you should have traveled so far under such dire circumstances, only to be refused in this manner is utterly unconscionable. Pray, accept my sincerest apologies.
Now that the Empire no longer poses an immediate threat, they see little reason to maintain the pretense of unity. The Monitorists have grown especially defiant of late. Lord Lolorito most of all. But this is neither the time nor place for that discussion.
As he observed, Lolorito is not afraid to speak his mind, nor is he like to change it. Often have I wondered how a man that's so skilled at weighing the worth of things should be so incapable of seeing the value in people. But I will waste no more words on him, not when the Domans are yet in need of aid. Everyone follow me to the Hall of Flames. thank you for coming. The Flame General will be frightened to hear that you have entered the call. As we have already relayed to the weakened stance, Ifrit has returned. For the sake of the peace of the region, we humbly request that you vanquish him. The primal is to be found in his domain. The bowl of amber is to get there. You must use the beast manuscript found within the depths of the Harat, the Amalja stronghold. The Amalja have constructed their own Ethernet from salvaged aetherite. I'm sure it's this being the case, you should be able to use it without problem. No doubt you already know this from your fellow Scions, but the present incarnation of Ifrit is far stronger than the last. Facing him with any level than 7 of your stoutest comrades would be ill-advised. That is all the intelligence we have to share. The rest is in your hands. I shall pray for your victory and safe return. Yours is a welcome face, Starlight. I have a task for which your impeccable record would be well suited. Though perhaps campaign would be a more fitting description. Given the sheer commitment this mission demands, as you are well aware, the inhabitants of Danolan have long suffered the hostilities of the Amalja. The lizardmen have been quiet for a time, chastened by your victory over the primal Ifrit, but once again the beastmen stir. There has been a resurgence of kidnappings and in greater numbers than before. Matters have grown so far out of hand that the local garrisons have petitioned us for reinforcements. That is why I wish you to lead an extended action against the Malja and put a stop in these raids. Report to Commander Giselbert, head of security in Little Amigo, and he will brief you on the details of your duty. Seneca has spoken, and I see no point in moving that the matter be reconsidered. The monetarists have made their position clear. Agreed, Olda is not an option. Nor are Limsa, or Gridania, I would judge, given the state of their internal affairs. Which leads our Roman friends confided to the ship gods. The thought of them huddled in airless hull would now help with better treatment. But that I had more time to find an alternative, a place not bound by the concerns of the great nations. Minfilia, that's precisely what I wish to discuss. I understand the Syndicate's decision. I do. We all wish to preserve that which is ours, especially when we believe it is under siege. But I cannot meekly accept this judgment, not while my people suffer. Would it be out of the question for the Sultaness to accept this for a limited time, a week mayhap, or even just a few days? Excellent, I shall keep you informed. Lady Yugiri, I have a proposal if you would hear it. Out with it, Master Alphanod. The headquarters of my order, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, stands in a place called Remnant's Toll, an outpost in Mordon. Like most outposts, it is frequented by mercenaries and other men of action, and lacks the comforts of more well-established settlements. However, the leaders of Remnant's Toll have been doing their utmost to change that. To that end, they have need of able-bodied individuals willing to work as a frontier hands, hard labor, lest you doubt, would not have safe food and shelter by way of reward. Terms not unlike those which you yourself post, Lady Yugiri. Though I will not have a word said against our beloved Olda, Remnant's Toll would offer certain advantages, the absence of unhelpful bureaucracy being the most obvious. If they can accommodate us all, we shall gladly accept. Master Alphanod, once again I find myself in your debt. Pray do not thank me, my lady. The light your people go to is one of hard labor. And a few comforts, as I told you, and before that there remains the matter of how they may safely be borne to Remnant's Toll, which will be no small feat, considering the distance and their present condition. Mayhap the Olden Adventurers Guild can be of the assistance. Look for me there anon, Starlight. Lady Yugiri, if you and your people would accompany me, we may discuss what aid the Mortal Flames can provide. This is taking forever. Maybe it was really too good to be true. Thank you, miss. I've been waiting for what felt like an age, but finally it's here. My miracle drought. Oh, do you not know what this is? This, my friend, is a phial of the mysterious brew called Fantasia. Legend states that any who drink it before lying down for a nap awakens a new man or a woman. My Coliseum debut is coming up and I'm terribly nervous, so I thought this medication might bestow me with the self-confidence I lack. And a chiseled, muscly body besides. I can't wait to show off in my subligar. Take this to the medicine merchant with my compliments. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm off to make my dreams come true. We are concerned that the Doman refugees may find the journey to Remnant's Toll too much to bear. Too long have they been sequestered aboard their ship with insufficient supplies and scarce room enough to breathe, let alone stretch their limbs. With that in mind, Mistress Momody has kindly offered to accommodate the Domans until such time as they are ready to set out for Mordona. Those healthy enough to travel will embark as soon as transportation has been secured, while those too weak to leave at once will be permitted to stay until they regain their strength. What news? Transportation remains our greatest obstacle, General. Is there not aught the Immortal Flames can do? A fear that exceeds our mandate. Were it a smaller number, mayhap it would go unnoticed. But the Syndicate will not bear the cost of escorting more than 200 Domans to Mordona. When government fails to act, the responsibility falls to us private citizens. I will engage the services of 77 caravans on the domain's behalf. Very well, we should begin contract negotiations at once. Your generosity is most welcome, my lord. After all that has befallen these good people, it is the least I can do. Come what may, you shall ever have a friend in Ulda, Lady Ugiri. And you and Revenant's Toll, my lord. Well, it sounds like we all have work to do, Lady Ugiri. Let's put our heads together and settle the details of our arrangement, shall we? I would entrust the task of escorting our domain friends to you after you have rested your own weary legs, of course. What say you? As we speak, the domains prepare for departure at Vesper Bay, wherefrom they will be transported by carriages to Ulda. That said, this has all been decided rather suddenly, and it would not surprise me if the refugees required some assistance in coordinating their preparations. Starlight, I would have you return to Vesper Bay and facilitate the process through tasks great and small and short. Whatever must needs be done, do it. Speak with a man named Tozan when you arrive. As Lady Ugiri tells it, he has been designated the leader of the first group. Greetings. Alphanod informed me that a scion would be arriving to help with the preparations. I am honored to meet you. Though Shand as well, a great warrior should not be tasked with such trivialities. I knew from a glance what manner of woman you were. I too have some skill at arms, so as do many of our people. Pray forgive this trifle, but might I trouble you to help round up the children that have been given into my care? They have They are most adept at staying hidden from my sight, but perhaps your keen eyes will succeed where I have failed. Yeah, my thanks, friend. Pray seek out my son, Yozan. He can tell you more. Oh, hello there. I'm Yozan, son of Hosen. Will you be coming with us to Ulda? I hear we're traveling by horse, bird, drawn carriage. But don't you think they're strange giant birds that ride like horses? I still want to try riding one, but what's that? You're looking for others? Don't worry, I already told them to get ready for the carriages. I'll need your help, though. We were just finishing a game of hide and seek. Those 3 players are still in hiding, and since Lady Yugiri told us to take it really seriously, they won't move until they're found. But Vesper Bay isn't that big, so I bet you can find them in no time. Hey, you're not Yozan. Who are you? I'm Koharu, Starlight Vale. I didn't know anyone else was. Wait a minute. You're one of those, stallions, aren't you? No, scions. Then you must know Lady Yugiri, right? Isn't she great? She's really good at hide and seek, too. Oh, right. It's almost time to go. Nice meeting you, Starlight Vale. How'd you find me? I guess I need to practice more. Or maybe you're just good at this. I mean, the Garleans didn't find me. Are you playing? No fair. Yozan didn't say anything about adults. Huh. We get to ride a horse-bird carriage? I don't know. It sounds scary, but if Yozan says it's safe, I'll go. Wonderful. All the children are accounted. Hide and seek. I see that you are curious. It is quite simple, really. Lady Yugiri thought it best that the children know what to do in case the Garleans found us. I just hope that those days are behind us, but I nevertheless take comfort in knowing that we are prepared. The first caravan is due to depart shortly, followed by the rest at regular intervals. My family and I, including my stubborn old father, whom tonight. Will be traveling in the lead carriage together with young Kaharu, whom I believe you've already met. Though I understand the road to Ulda is regularly patrolled by your brass blades, it would give us great comfort if you would agree to accompany us on our journey. Once again, I thank you for your kindness. When you are ready to leave, please inform our coachman. Eager to be off, are you? Well, I was meaning to have a word with you about that. Runner from the Blaze says we might have a problem. A fierce-looking beastie's been sighted south of the bridge to Hammerlia. Might be someone's eyes are playing tricks on him. Of course, but don't pay to gamble in this business. Now, I know you can handle yourself in a fight, but this lot here is another story, so I was thinking you might go on ahead and have a quick look around. Make sure the area's safe. And if you come across anything dangerous, you know what to do. When you're satisfied the way is clear, meet us outside Horizon. The blades tell me the road there is safe, so I reckon we can make it that far on our own. Assuming the self-same bastards don't try to rob us, that is. So there was a beastie was being offered a bird, eh? Haha. Well fought, madame. Well fought. If only I were in better health, I should have been proud to stand by at your side. Pay my son no mind. He forgets that his responsibilities preclude acts of daring do. Be that as it may, I cannot help but envy you. Had we been able to call upon heroes of your strength and skill in Doma, things would have been very different. We cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell are forever lost to us. Lost but not forgotten. Lady Yugiri's kinsmen, least of all, they fought fiercest, though they knew full well it was in vain. She had every right to walk away, yet she chose to stay. Food, shelter, the promise of a better life. All this and more we owe to her. How does one even begin to repay such a debt? In kind father, to she who has given everything, we shall give on our behalf. We shall give our all. Yeah, don't forget to get your loot. Whatever work there is to be done, we shall do without question. Ditch digging, bricklaying, matters not. Redmond's toll will grow and prosper by our hands. Hey, Miss Starlight, Goharu and I want to know why you became an adventurer. To go whither the wild rose blooms. So you like roses? I think I understand. I mean, they're nice and everything, but don't they grow in lots of places? And it's my turn now. Excuse me, Miss Starlight, I've got a question. What's Revenant Toll like? Is it pretty? It is home to the Science of the Seventh Dawn. Oh, so you live there with your friends. That means you'll always be there to protect us. Enough, Koharu. It's my turn again. Miss Starlight, when I'm older, I want to be strong like you. What do I have to do? Train every day. Ha, so my father was right. How do you do it then? Come on, tell me. Tell me. Oh, he already said tell me once. And don't leave anything out. Alright. That's enough questions for Miss Starlight. That's not fair. Why does Yozen get to ask 2 questions? I want to know about adventuring just as much as he does. Just one more, please. Do you think I could be an adventurer like you one day? Really? Then I will. Thanks for the advice, Miss Starlight. I won't forget it. I'm going to be an adventurer too. When we get to Remnant's Toll, let's make an adventurers guild for our Domans. We'll protect our friends and punish the wicked, just like Miss Starlight and Lady Yugiri. Yeah, just like Miss Starlight and Lady Yugiri. We can talk more about it in the carriage on the way. Will you be joining us? I'm gonna go ahead and look for something to raid. My head kinda hurts. Unless you have a suggestion, Leathera. Oh. Or maybe I should raid Kat since most of her viewers are here, I think. Oh, no, she's offline. No, she's online. Yeah, let's go ahead and raid Kat. Oh, you're gonna look there first? Oh, Cadence is online? Okay, let's raid. Go ahead and raid Cadence. I still need to get the plushies that I won from her. Is she playing, Palia? Okay, let me look for... Ah, there she is. Okay. Yeah, I'll go ahead and raid her. Okay. Be sure to show Kaden some love. She's a really nice streamer and fun to watch. She plays Palia mostly, but she also plays other cozy games. I'll see you all tomorrow, probably at 2 o'clock. EST, unless I plan on streaming early. Thank you for putting socials and everything, Leathera. See you all tomorrow. Hold on. Oh, copy the raid message if you want to. Raid spam if you want to. Anyways, bye bye. Take care.